All right, greetings everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. I'm doing all right for a Saturday. Few more hours and I won't be on call anymore. Happy about that. And definitely looking forward to Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 coming out next week. We're only a couple of days away. Should be an absolute blast. Give me just a second. Let me start spinning this game up. Do, 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 do. You all will see a black screen temporarily. Ziv, what's up, dude? What's up, Stickman? How are you, dude? Alfonso, Darmo, good to see all of you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are doing well. So yeah, I'm having a good day thus far. Can't complain. Wife and daughter are out and about doing their thing for a while, so I got time to stream at least for a little bit. My wife is gung ho and aggressive about we have got to redo the little ones. What do I do? Why am I not hearing anything? Nope, this is it. Oops. I forgot to plug this in. One moment. My wife is super gung ho about we've got to redo the little one's room. And then within the next couple of months, so they went out and bought paint and a whole bunch of stuff to that effect. And I think they're going furniture shopping today, so it should be fun. Disco has been getting more love on YouTube lately. Is that right? Hey, that's good to see. This game definitely deserves it. So on the last stream, we cut down the body, we refrigerated the body, we spoke with the guy who leads the dock workers, and we did a whole bunch of other stuff. And finally, the last thing I really wanted to make sure we did before the day ended was talk to this lady.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Stickman, how did you feel about Cyberpunk? I haven't played it since launch, so I really want to experience it again. Not only because of all the patches to the main game, but also because of Liberty City, which I just keep hearing over and over again is absolutely incredible. So I can't wait to experience it for myself.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce.
She extends her hand in greeting.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbor. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
She steps closer and holds out her hand over the railing. Joyce L., shake her hand.
I'm glad to see you here.
Her grip is tight and cold.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
I have a lot to say, and I feel like it wasn't worth it until around now, to be honest. Really? Uh-oh. I'm currently waiting in my group session, so I'm watching until Cookie gets back. No problem. Sounds good. So, 7 out of 10, but man has its moments. Kept me engaged. Interesting. So what do you dislike about the experience?
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
He's trying to signal something. He wants you to play up your condition.
Oh.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
You're on a boat.
Why, yes I am.
She looks at the deck under her feet. Green and white sails flutter overhead. Not a lot of people on boats, are there?
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago? Look around.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
Technically, the neighboring Ozone and Fas Alamer island groups are archipelagos, while La Caillou, by contrast, is a single fertile landmass, the fourth largest island in the world. It is not an archipelago.
Wait, I thought Lycalo was one big island.
Okay, if you want to get technical. The point is, we're all on islands here, and sail is still the most expedient way to get from one island to another, especially when you're in a hurry to resolve a strike.
Still, I haven't seen anyone else sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
If you commit hard to a build that makes combat the most fun, it's still janky. Missions are all similar with their twists, though I had a lot of fun with them. Bit of strange hand-holding. I like most NPCs. For me, the DLC was up and down, but it also has its moments. I like the fights, too. Interesting. So what kind of combat build did you go for? Because I know a lot of the perks and stuff has been changed up.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich.
Yes, I do.
Before you do, it will be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
Do you have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Does she have a name?
The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft, a 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Let's talk about the economics of this boat you're on. Go in for the kill.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Precisamundo. Class wartime, baby.
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator.
He doesn't look like he thinks you'll best her in single combat.
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A?
What's up, Tariq? How are you, dude? They still haven't fixed driving or the police. Oh, really? I thought they had been updated, but they're passable. I kept myself blind and it wasn't like launch from memory. I just maxed body and used shotguns. Nice. Played around with other things. Quick hacks were so satisfying to mix it up. Yeah, if I remember correctly, when I played the first time, focused strictly on networking, whatever that's called, where you can hack into things and disrupt people. Like I went all in on that and I was satisfied with it. Some things people will forgive, like the city being so busy, but always being so dead. Just a bunch of places for the player to deal with. Didn't do all the side quests, just what kept me engaged that made it more fun. About 40 hours. Interesting. Okay. Work from home on weekends and your stream came out just in time. Nice, Bo. My pleasure. What's up, Prodigal Dog? Mac's body is a little stale. You just stand around unkillable and shoot things. What play style do you prefer? My Pathfinder cat will have 70 bluffing in game. Hey, that works. Alreg, what's up, man? I can't complain, dude. How are you?
33A, this old proletarian haunt here. As I said, plenty of people drive boats of all social strata.
Fire back, quick. Oh!
She takes a sip.
It's gonna happen.
Okay.
Something is going to happen. Point to your head. In here.
Of course.
Nothing happens for quite a while.
They will come from my head. The arguments.
As they do.
The thoughts happen inside his brain.
Wave your hand next to your head. It will help.
It doesn't.
Keep waving your hand slowly.
My, it's as if there's a tiny spinner on the side of his head and he's reeling thoughts out.
Except he isn't.
Thought is going to come out in my head and into my mouth, and I will say it.
Of course.
Keep doing it.
Lieutenant, I truly don't understand what is happening here.
I told you his methods are unconventional.
I swear to God, I'm usually sharp. I don't know what happened. Why am I not killing it?
Your marbles on glass, dear. Don't worry.
What are we talking about anyway?
It was quite a while ago, but I think... Yes, we were discussing my fast, large, ineluctably middle-class boat.
I think I have a handle on the boat thing.
Good.
Tell me about the Wild Pines. What do you do?
What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
So disappointed to fail that. So what happens to Tav when you pick an origin character? I'm assuming they're dead. What do you mean? What happens to? You mean like the Dark Urge? Yeah, the Dark Urge dead if you pick one of the other origin characters. If you, in regards to like a Tav that has no origin, they never existed. I was gonna ask, would it be worth being a pyromancer, blade dancer, assassin, and rogue trader? You can't. You can only combine 2 archetypes. What's up, Vince Spirit? How are you, dude? Max body meant I could tank while I use whatever items I wanted. I like that. When I needed to just whip out shotguns. I think body is better with melee after watching videos, but melee early game gave me a bad taste. That's interesting. I think I completely ignored body the first time around. So I'll have to consider it. Huh? You convinced Asmodeus? That's ridiculous. Sad Vesta and Stealth Sword was amazing. Just a ninja turn on Sad Vesta and decapitate 4 guys before they can react. Become invisible and stealth kill. That sounds fun as well. Interesting. I got no complaints, Vin Spirit. Thought Psyker Pyro. Oh, wait. I read that wrong. You're right. You could be a Psyker as your origin, then combine Blade Dancer and Assassin. There we go. Is that effective? It is effective, but to be frank with you, I think a Warrior Executioner is probably the stronger combination for that kind of setup. Like, Blade Dancer benefits a lot from you hurting yourself and injuring yourself. And injuring yourself with the Blade Dancer techniques, in addition to injuring yourself from being burned, could be very unwieldy to deal with early game. Late game, you'll probably be able to handle it fine, but early game, it could be a problem. So I don't know if I'd recommend that route. Whereas going with just regular warrior, so you still are amazing in melee, and then combining it with executioner, which will make your pyro effects significantly stronger, that's probably a more effective route. See, we are warrior, pyromancer, execution. Yep, no problem. Blade Dancer execution is what I did. Literally insta kill most things very early. Mid game was 2-click total field kill. Nice. What's up, Macabre? Why is the word executioner good? Executioner is amazing for any character that is doing damage over time type powers. I would put Blade Dancer over Warrior overall. Blade Dancer pumps out a lot more damage. But again, I think if you want to get the most out of Blade Dancer, you have to be willing to damage yourself all the time. And I'm not sure how big a deal is significantly damaging yourself while at the same time burning yourself, which is going to carve through a ton of health. Think body, I convince 70 bluff is ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. I agree. First I picked tech, but body looked cooler, so I just stayed with that. Yeah, I stuck with tech. What's up, Influent? Tonight, thoughts on the game so far? Oh, I love Disco Elysium. I highly, highly recommend it to anybody who loves great writing and great stories.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
So what do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things, and that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo tribes remain.
Who are the other Indo tribes?
Son Baptiste, LUN, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
You're in good company, it seems.
Why, thank you.
How much money does Wild Pines have?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
Wow.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments.
A wave hits the sloop. She grasps the mainstay for balance. Oh, if you love those type of play styles, Eric, then absolutely I recommend get into Blade Dancer. It'll satisfy that itch of damaging yourself and then pumping out a ton of damage. In fact, Blade Dancer compared with Reaver, that's a great way to look at it. It's basically like a Reaver in Warhammer.
A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility.
The only other thing that I would say is if you're going to play as a Blade Dancer, I've heard it's kind of disadvantageous to have Cabela in your party because Blade Dancers use very specific equipment and there's not really enough to go around. So 2 Blade Dancers in your party might be a crowd. Where does Wild Pines get all those billions?
They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when Pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great Unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it.
Probably helps to start out with a royal monopoly.
You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that.
What does such a huge system want with a place like this? Look
You
around.
mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
You don't keep it moving, the workers do. The company is nothing without them,
We built this district.
she says calmly.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic, even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP.
She points behind you where the seawall rises. I just really want to try melee pyro, so if I don't go with assassin, but instead go Blade Dancer Executioner, would that be good with a pyromancer? You can make it work. There's a lot of Cabela type equipment from one of the shops you rank up. Cabela basically gets her own set from her quest line. Okay, nice. So I bounced around to the different acts and did all of the quests for the DLC, but I haven't done like a full playthrough yet where I had Cabela in my party. So interesting. That's a good call out. Just loved how badass Ariva was and how the name for some abilities was like Dragon Blood, Aura of Pain. Absolutely. When I think of Blade Dancer, I think of that Bloody Swords woman and Rogue Trader. That's what we're talking about, Ziv. Hey, Slater, what's your stat selection like for this run? What's going on, Self? I went all intelligence. So the other stats have 2, and then the intelligence has 6.
Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built.
What can you tell me about this strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
Wait, what if I want to hear about trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade and Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus? I will slay it.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot. in other words.
Leave it alone.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place. Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
Oh, you mean Measurehead.
Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead.
She leans back and rolls her eyes. The best part is he's a Rasmirian priest, so he's gonna sow lots of chaos. Awesome. I reached level 6 in Act 1 in BG3. Nice! That's awesome. I think it's because I killed everything at the intro and the Nautiloid. Yeah, I feel like 6 is the max you reach if you do all the content. So great job. That definitely puts you in a good position for Act 2. How were the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
He looks at his notes.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
What happened to this Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it?
She pauses to compose herself.
Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Whoa! Not cool.
Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
What are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
Seems like they have no idea. Forget it. I like it.
Then you might also like their other slogan. Demand democracy.
Not hard communist enough for me.
Personally, I agree. It lacks the pizzazzo of every worker a member of the board.
What exactly do they mean by it, though? What's the demand?
It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about what, about anything really, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Holy
Just so you
smokes.
understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
An opening gambit, surely.
He is dead long. Sounds like an opening gambit.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is usually followed by a more reasonable offer. I've yet to hear one. Just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Also, so I'm going to Maze when Act 1. I mean, I am viewer of yours, so obviously I'd be great at these games. You know it, Elric. Is there any dual class or dip you would take for ranged Demon Slayer or just a strong archer build? I would go strong archer build. If I remember correctly, it's worth it to just go straight 20 on Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is one of the best classes in the game.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyar at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines Group has more effective channels of information. After all, 2,200 people are on strike. This is a big deal for them.
The scabs at the gate. Did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the Union refuses to? If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
What's up, Piorte? Jumping in late. Gonna have to watch the streets to catch up, but nice. You looked in the mirror. I sure did. Right on stream 1.
It's implied she's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
What do you think of Everett?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
That's not what you really think, right?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
That's Everett, all right.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar.
I remember hearing something about this Edgar.
Have you seen him?
No.
Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And
Oh,
when one's
interesting.
term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny
That's
little switcheroo.
hilarious.
While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
What about the union itself, outside the Brothers Clare?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
She hesitates, looking for the right
A
expression.
mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Interesting. Which of the two void ships and the rotated character creator are better? It doesn't matter. Demon Slayer ain't all about pushing that. Yeah. Hey. Plus you get a pet as well, so it's very strong. It's a great class. It's my favorite NPC. Love and hater. I agree, Dungaloid. I think she's very, very well written. As are all the characters in this game, of course.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother.
She turns to you.
And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
a giant leech sucking the life out of Revachol.
Indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the leech always hungers.
One more thing. You said something happened in the elections?
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the Union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a Union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need here. Let's change the topic.
Of course. How
What
else
you-
can I help?
What can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid.
She falls silent for a moment, contemplating something.
The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57, and this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid Harry doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective?
She returns the lieutenant's badge and turns to you. Remember when my partner told you I suffered from an unusual medical episode? My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, this city, nothing.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
She must have been suspecting something for a while now.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Update about playing as a Dwargar. With a deep nose, they obviously hate you, but if you are nice to them over time, they will change their minds on Dwargars and understand that they aren't all the same. Nice! Okay. Yeah, the void ship, just pick the one you prefer to look of. You don't have to worry about anything else.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
How do I negotiate my way out of this?
Feelings
Good
will
Lord.
guide the way.
Come on, why do I keep losing checks? But madame, I need to know about this lynching. It's very important to me. It's the case I'm solving.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
You have so much else. I have only this. Spread your hands. This is the entirety of my existence.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, and a home somewhere. I only have this case. Ooh.
Officer,
The carbon fiber hull creaks. I don't remember anything except this lynching. There's only this coast and this lynching.
you know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to give something back. More than just guilt.
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting it.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something tangible.
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbor. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Huh. Excuse us a moment, madam. Need the heart of the dice? You think like a woman. Remember how women... Keep it in mind, Ryan. I've never seen that dialogue before either, Dungaloy. You know I'm naming my voice ship after the Normandy. That's what I do every time, Elric.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights
No.
are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for damages yet,
You should take care of that, then.
but I don't have the money.
Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets. We'll figure something out. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective.
The lieutenant's voice is hushed. How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're henchmen now?
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Maybe this is all her plan. She might have heard about you.
Must have ears on the ground. Rob, what's going on, man? How are you? Appreciate the gift of sub, dude. Brandon, congratulations. You're a member of the channel now. Carl Joyce has so much funny interactions and can pivot to thought-provoking subjections. Yep. Very, very well written. Oh, you've never finished Mass Effect 3? You absolutely should. I highly, highly recommend it. Rob! Yo! Thanks for another gifted sub, man. Alfonso, you're a member of the channel now. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate the support, dude. Company must have ears on the ground. She could have known about my condition.
I wouldn't go that far. Her reaction did come off as sincere to me. I think she's just quick to adapt. She's a professional, after all.
What do you propose? That we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. but do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
We could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters.
The situation might have changed drastically by the time you locate it. Time is of the essence.
You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
Let's go back to her then.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour?
It's night. Don't you ever sleep?
Matter of fact, I don't.
She takes another sip. Why is that?
I have a medical condition of my own. Nothing unusual, though. I'm old, you see.
Well, you're not. You look young.
Thank you. I do what I can to remain presentable. Now, ask me some questions. It'll help us pass the night.
Okay, tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samar and Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samaran to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to investigate? Move on.
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
The handoff. The motor lorries at the roundabout.
The lorries.
Precisely. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they're vulnerable.
How convenient that they're stranded like beached whales at that roundabout.
Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
She gives you a knowing look.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
Uncovering Union secrets could also give you an upper hand when dealing with them.
All right. How is 3 compared to 2? Mass Effect 2 is one of my all-time favorite games. In my opinion, 2 is the best game in the Mass Effect series, but 3 is the culmination of a lot of the threads. So I would rank it second. I consider Mass Effect 2, Mass Effect 3, Mass Effect 1. Mass Effect 3 is absolutely well worth playing. I have my issues with it. Sooner or later, I'll play it on the channel and do a critique on it, but I definitely believe it's worth playing. Joyce keeps making me think she looks like Margaret Thatcher, and I can't tell if it's intentional. I don't think, more than likely it's not far off. Why did you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
Oh, that's
We know
interesting.
the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
I agree, Ryan. I think Mass Effect 3 is a really awesome game.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
It's no coincidence the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However,
She pauses, looking to the sea.
this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue.
She looks north.
Thousands of liters of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Tract and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wandered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
What proof do you have that the Union is involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With
Oh,
all
wow.
due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike is being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you.
We already have some suspicions that one of the drivers was present at the lynching.
The two might even be connected.
Or not. Though, if you have evidence to the contrary, I'm eager to hear it.
Scott, what's going on, dude? Always good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. First, Mass Effect art, so easy to get lost in. Yeah, a lot of those old BioWare games, man. The Mass Effect series, Dragon Age series, even KOTOR. The art was just amazing. I just found myself caring more about my companions than Shepard. Talia on a homeworld was way more important to me than Shepard and the Reapers. I agree. The party members are the point. And that's kind of the thing that I found disappointing about the ending. I was expecting an ending that would focus much more on your party members and their story, especially considering what we got in Mass Effect 2. So it was unfortunate to not see it, be wrapped up properly from my perspective. But to me, the party members were always the heart of Mass Effect, more so than Shepard itself. Shepard was just a vehicle for you to experience some of those amazing stories. Shadow struck me as pretty bland. Been a while since I played, though. Yep, he could be, especially compared to the cast he had around him. I've heard the engineer class of Mass Effect 3 is great because of the drone and turret. Yep, engineer is fantastic. In fact, engineer is my favorite class to use. I take that back. I think my favorite class to use in Mass Effect 2 is soldier, because I love being able to switch between the different ammos. But engineer, there's a strong case for it as well. I think first game, Adept, is my favorite. Second game, I love using soldier. And then third game, I either switch back to Adept or Vanguard is really cool. Really, by the third game, they had completely optimized all of the classes, so you could really just choose whatever you wanted. They were all awesome in their own way.
As eager as I am to share it, Lieutenant, once the job is done.
Okay, I've made up my mind about the smuggling investigation.
Yes?
We will take this case, probe the driver, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something.
I remember this now. I did do it, but I never saw this dialogue leading up to it. I got a different dialogue last time because I probably passed some of those checks.
It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
By the way, I've talked to Everett Clare.
You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare?
He's not the champion I've chosen. I wish to... the cause of capital! I didn't.
Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in power all these years? Or wait, actually...
She answers her own question.
Corruption. That's how he's done it. Fantastic, Verne-like corruption. Reaching into the bowels of the earth.
She looks at the ground and nods.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect official policy. I hope you understand. The RCM does not pick sides.
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt Verne myself. However, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be gossiping,
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say about these things.
Oh, you could tell her that you don't have your gun. Oh, snap. I think I'm going to do that, as embarrassing as it'll be. I think Andromeda has the making of a great Mass Effect. Andromeda, in my opinion, has the best combat in the entire series, but unfortunately, the writing and the party members were abysmal. Abysmal. I did a hard run the trilogy on Engineer, and I hated it. Uh-oh. Soldier's always been your favorite? Yeah, I don't think engineering is really all that great in the first one. It's better in the second one with the drone and how important it is to switch up between the different armors. And then in the third one, like all the other classes, I think it really comes alive and is a much more viable option. Such an RPG noob. When I played, I never noticed they were primary and hybrid classes. Option 2, the SIP option. What's up, Deathfish? How are you? Yeah, Everett is having fun with my gun. I'm going to have to take that option for sure. The funnest thing in the game, but you have to do it while Kim is asleep. Oh, really? Huh. This dialogue is best when Kim isn't around. Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. What's up, Blizzard? How are you, dude? Mr. Everett is helping me find my gun.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling.
Y'all sure it's better when Kim is not around? Because I think Kim being here to witness this is even better.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun?
Mr. Everett says it's almost ready to be found soon.
Did he now? Well, then it should be any day now. Unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard?
Perhaps he is.
We're going to talk about something else for now, if you don't mind.
Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with?
Do you know something about these photos? These tattoos? Show her the photos.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos.
Better not tie the Force Day to the Bat's Day on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it?
Wait, what? Why not?
Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub.
What lustrous hair.
A well-kempt, yet tastefully short bob of dark hair. Despite the first hints of grey, she's elected to keep it au naturel, shaped into a permanent wave. Late 40s style.
I would suggest looking it up. It's hilarious. Okay. Good. My laptop crapped out and had to get a new one that came yesterday. Oh, sorry to hear that, but hopefully the new laptop is pretty cool. Kim having a savior. It's so funny. I love it, Ryan. I love having him as a partner.
While dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason.
Yeah, so?
Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable. You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too.
I'm a goddamn working man. I'm not ashamed to shake this leech for some dough.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Oh, I got socioeconomics, politics. Herd of billions. Nice. Say it. Can I have some money?
I am sorry.
Are you
It
serious?
just doesn't come out of your mouth.
Oh.
It does. It's surprisingly eloquent, really. The last one, not the first three. Those are ape speak.
Well, let's see if I can make my way around to it. Money.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you. Did you say money?
No, I didn't. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
Damn, I actually really need that. Yeah, I was wondering, how do I get enough money to sleep at that place? And now that I'm thinking about it, I think I always pass this check, and it helps. All right, you seem smart. I need someone to give me a lowdown on this reality we're in.
This reality.
She pulls her head closer around her neck. Volition? Why? Good question. I forgot what volition is really supposed to do. When BG3 what gave it yet all those Spider-Man fans raised out. Just a bunch of cutscenes with some combat. I haven't played the Spider-Man game, so I can't comment, to be honest with you.
Yes, reality is your side case. An experimental side case.
I am conducting, It's related to that medical episode. I have trouble remembering even the most basic terms of reality.
Ah, yes. The episode. Sounds like an acute case of encephalopathy, now that I think of it.
Damage morale hurts volition checks. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I should have healed it up then, apparently.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
Impossible. Damn. And this is 17. RCM authority comes to the coalition. Where are
We're
we?
in Martinez, baby.
And baby?
A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed.
And what is Martinez?
Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock.
Oh, volition is willpower at best, stubbornness at work. Got you.
You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten, even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year.
You mentioned a sea. What sea is this?
It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean.
Are we near the ocean?
Yes. We're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water. The Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities, vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Tell me more about Martinez.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets.
What's the name of this island?
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed-over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river, on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her and to humanity at large.
Interesting. Okay, that's Martinez. What's Revachol?
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city.
What kind of city is Revachol?
Great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
What makes Revachol great?
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries.
Who built this city?
The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Il Marat, depending on your creed.
When was Revachol built?
In the DeLorean century. 380 years ago.
And why will it resolve history?
They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men.
Why here?
We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island, able to sustain up to 200 million people. In the middle of the Insulindic
There's
Ocean.
supposed to be 200 million
The world's
people here? Good
connected
Lord.
tissue. It's where the money is.
So we're in an unimportant part of an important place? Let's see, so we're pretty much at the center of the world.
Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
She points across the water where the skyscrapers
A
rise.
sparkle of lights on the nighttime horizon, reflected in the dark sea.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Look to the sea.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time. There is no recognition, only the immensity of the sea and the cold radiating from it.
For whatever reason, I always find it unnerving when Shivers chimes in. Where are we?
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
She watches you closely as you scan the horizon.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
Well, to reinstall, this is worth the fourth run. It is. It is a fantastic game, no doubt. She's not our boss, Elric. She's the representative of the Wild Pines, which is the corporation that is in a current conflict with the Union that's striking. So as detectives, we're talking to both sides to try to figure out who is responsible for the lynching case that we're supposed to solve.
This has been informative. Thank you, man. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of reality. Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and tomorrow. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
But won't I be lazy if I don't do it all now?
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
You know what? Maybe that's a clue that we're supposed to do this later. We'll come back to it. That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Of course, Detective.
We'll do the rest without him. All right, I got a couple of skill points. I think I don't need all endurance white checks unlocked. Learning cap for endurance raised to 4. So because of that, endurance. Which one is? Oh wait. Oh no. Just straight up endurance. Oh, that's a skill, not one of the attributes. No, I'm straight on that. So yeah, let's get rid of this. Forget. Unfortunately. Okay, it's a skill point. Wait. Wait, what the hell? Oh, here we go. Damas, yeah, turn on live. There we go. And we'll get to work on that. The rest of this, Hobo Cop, that's fine. Willow Lemelion, all psyche learning caps raised by 1 pain threshold. You all said there's a lot of extra dialogue that gets unlocked by the feminist agenda, so I'm gonna keep that around for now, even though I'm not crazy impressed with what it does. I'm pretty sure I want Mazovian socioeconomics. Um, yeah, need more skill points. Need more skill points. All right. Awesome conversation. We're going to come back and finish the rest of it after we let go of Kim for the night. All right, I wanted to rush first, so here. What did she say again?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The girl stares at the sailboat by the pier. Putting some in volition makes sense. I kind of hold on to my skill points until I fail a check, a white check, and then I use it so that I can refresh the check and be able to pass it. Certainly is a very nice woman. I like her. Yeah, I'm a fan of her as well.
The streets will
I
not
don't know
flow
if I call
red
her
with
nice,
anything.
though.
Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Hep? Yeah, when were you last tested?
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
Despite the attitude, she puts the brush aside. I agree, Davey. It's a great game, but I absolutely don't believe that I understand everything that's being talked about, right? I feel like I'm picking up most of it, but sometimes, like, I just am not connecting these dots. I think the check for asking her money is a white check. Can't remember, but I think it is. Oh, might be. I have to check on that.
A brush, an artist. The red splatter is urban expressionism.
You could looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief.
She turns her head to face the coast and nods disdainfully towards Joyce, performing maintenance on our boat.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
You mean Joyce?
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world.
Why all the negativity?
Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honor.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit.
Luckily, having no understanding of reality is totally in character. Absolutely. In this game. Well, compare those other knob. Oh, yeah. Definitely compared to Everett. That's pretty common. I swear there are references to most obscure things in this game. Finnish swear words, 90s Euro-Techo lyrics, and obscure art theory. Have you crush on here?
I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
He started the wall suddenly pensive. So you don't know what to write?
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Want to hear it?
Yeah?
I love public art. Don't mind us. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
I want money from her. She looks like a loan shark. If I remember correctly, you can get money from her, no strings attached. You know, Bo calls herself an ultra-liberal, but she is not any liberal of today. Yeah, ultra-liberal is supposed to be different.
She means the opposite.
Do you know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Catch you later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got
Ungulate?
eyes on you.
Wow. What does ungulate mean? I wonder.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked.
Knock.
The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response.
Knock again.
The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
This is the police. Open the door.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Hallway echoes with her cackle, but I'm not joking.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building.
Liberal means something very different nowadays. You can essentially equate it to free market thought in this game. European context was closer to a libertarian and an American one. Right. It means something different. So how about claws out? Everybody's got their claws out in this world, David.
Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
She trails off, leaving the sentence unfinished.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Kim, tell her we're real policemen.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
The lieutenant repeats dutifully.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside.
Leave.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
It's not impossible, it's just low. Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. Okay.
Because this
Finally.
is no ordinary wall. It is sublime. Look at it. The shadows, the colors.
Let the conceptual joy flow into your pupils and blossom into thoughts in your brain.
All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of this, the uncontested pinnacle of wallcraft, color peeled from the very face of God. O Wall Father.
Ooh, nice. Kim, I must paint this wall. Add even more beauty to it.
Huh? He sounds tired of it all. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
First, I know you're tired, Kim, but take another look at this wall. Draw nourishment from its beauty.
Sure.
The lieutenant looks up at the wall reluctantly, then back at you. I must talk to Cindy, get the necessary materials from her.
If you must.
He sighs, then adds in a resigned tone, if you must.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Cindy, I need some paint, and your brush too.
What for?
For art. It's for art, okay?
Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about?
Grand art. Art deluxe. The artsiest, the most groundbreaking,
Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off.
You'll see. You will all see and tremble.
Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck. Everything, really.
She quickly adds, ooh, and this cannot be retried? There's no assurance that there's something else we could get that would increase this anyway. So you know what? Let's go ahead and try it. Let's see what happens. Attempt to explain your artistic intentions.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
I'm going to paint a self-portrait, but sort of, from the inside to show people what it's like.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo.
What if I add some interpretive dance?
I think everyone would rather you didn't.
Okay, I won't do that. Please, just give me some paint and a brush. I need to do some art.
You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then.
Oh, she gives
Art
it to
it
me.
up. Just try not to hurt yourself. And no self-portraits.
Thanks, Cindy. Picks up the brush.
Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
Fuel?
He looks at the paint dripping down the wall, then back at her, struck by a sudden realization.
That wasn't paint. It was heavy fuel oil, marked red for use by government vehicles.
What do you think I was using? Aquarels?
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Right on. No way I'm settling for paint if even children are painted with fuel oil.
That beautiful wall deserves nothing less.
Kim, my friend, would you be willing to sacrifice some of your fuel oil for art?
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
Catch you later, Cindy. Nice. What's up, Keck? How are you, dude? Oh, old girl is still out here? At 1:30 in the morning? Where are your parents? And look at that. Ooh, it didn't increase from 7, though. That's interesting. What happens if I talk to you over here?
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Logic error. She is not sleeping right now.
He's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
Are you sleeping right now?
Don't get fucking clever with me, pig. You think you're so clever.
She hisses. Art Cop is the most OP build in the game. I know there's an Art Cop thought and that I liked using it last game, but I don't remember what it does at all. Garden hose. This wouldn't be of use until the snow melts. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. What's that? Reaction speed. Rhetoric. Hey, something for health. Like that. Those barrels are half full of rainwater. Kids in this game are super obnoxious, Manny. I tried to punch Kulo and it went terrible. Absolutely terrible. Coming for those little cutting kids. Have you discovered a cop of the apocalypse yet? Nope. I don't think I even did that the last time.
Be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head.
Carefully knock.
You knock silently. The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment.
I guess no one is in?
Keep talking about art and you remember? I will do, Dungaloid. Press your ear against the door.
The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement.
1 second. I don't know why they love to. The bots love to come over to my Twitch. Yeah, it's bad, Elric.
In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp.
Lieutenant, what is your opinion on this task we're undertaking?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself.
The lieutenant replies, still inspecting the padded door.
Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
So you don't mind if I unlock the door?
I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his busy work. But if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to
Harambe?
cover.
How are you?
On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
Not that kind of help, Eric. Lie to Everett? That's also an option?
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. Besides, if you never open it, you're never gonna find out what's behind the door.
Use Manana's key to unlock the door.
You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. There might be important information in the apartment. I mean, there might.
Mm-hmm. Definitely going in. I don't remember what the punishment is for this, but ain't no way I'm gonna just leave. The smell of disinfectant in the room smells like chemicals.
A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others.
Tap on the mug.
A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable.
Conaron got sick and stripped a screw on my single-action army. I'm so sorry to hear that, dude. Is that going to be expensive to try to replace? I want to ask you a pretty good question. I saw Cole like this, but you ever wake up and think, all my constant creating stuff will end and nobody will watch anything I put out? I think that's a pretty much constant fear. You always wonder if you've lost your ability to be creative, if you do something that will cause your audience to decide they no longer want to support you. And to some degree, there's a natural erosion of excitement regarding what you do. Like, you see people have done it a long time and they're doing the exact same content they did 3-4 years ago, but nobody's interested anymore. They can't get people to watch the video. So I think on some level, when you're creative, there's always that fear, and figuring out how to manage that fear in a healthy way is pretty much a requirement in order to be able to do this well. When you are a con. So once you get a paid vacation, well, I don't necessarily have a good reason for coming in here. I don't know that it's involved in the investigation, but
there's something
sure.
disdainful in the way the curves and lines of the bodies were drawn.
What do I mean uncomfortable?
It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity, but underneath, he's just making fun of these people.
Cynical, slippy bastard.
You ain't gonna change someone's mind by calling them a bastard. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Whip out your yellow man mug and compare.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
An interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues have a way of magically connecting to other clues down the road. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often.
Do you really think it's the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash?
Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
You could ask Everard who this person is once you're done here.
Move on from the mugs. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. +1 logic. Book titled Hidden World, Walking Sticks lies open. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag.
This is the flag of Revachol, the suzerainty.
What's with the sun?
This isn't just one sun, but there are little suns dancing around the big sun. This is the sevenfold sun miracle.
Not expensive. Either the store will replace it or a soldier to fix it. Big hassle, though. Got you. Sorry to hear it, dude. Kim takes me as someone who would support, and he seems very supportive, progressive. Kim is gay. They mentioned it earlier in the game. What's the sevenfold sun miracle?
It's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. 6 small suns around the big one. This complex halo phenomena is how old Revachol got its flag.
Lieutenant, the old flag of the suzerain.
Mm-hmm. The tenant is an old-fashioned guy.
By old-fashioned, He means very right wing.
Don't bow to the flag.
The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just a colorful fabric with a sun sewn onto it. Like all feudal flags, it looks like a children's drawing.
Yeah, let me roll my dice for the check. Not in this game. I don't think we give him a very good first impression. He's our friend by the end, though. Maybe in game 2. Maybe an Elysium sequel. Ooh, is that health? Oh, everything is for morale. I need some health stuff. Come on, y'all. Small set case full of clothes. Guests are staying over. All right. Kim is my guy. Definitely in my top 5 for favorite companions in any game. Kim is fantastic. I 100% agree.
There must be another way into the building.
Damn. His voice came in differently than usual. All right. Well, I think that's all we can do over here.
This coin-operated
Yeah, that was
viewer
very
is
loud.
facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
Take morale damage every time I realize we probably won't see these characters again. Man, it's absolutely insane. Heard me in the chat. Want to give off any present?
Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
What's a tourist attraction doing here?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick.
What happened?
They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Erard's Claire's doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here.
Can't we do something about it?
We should have done something about the Union 10 years ago. That ship has sailed, officer.
Insert a coin.
Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal.
Pull the handle and look inside.
The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry, different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab gray shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus your vision.
The lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it.
There are ruins of some kind of building there.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
The lieutenant takes off his glasses and cleans them.
Really?
Whoops.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Yeah, as to Kim, such a bro and lovely person. Yeah, you know, I've never done a playthrough of this game where you're purposefully contrary towards them. I wonder if it's even possible to end the game with him really, really disliking you as a person. Is this, no, this is still the first night. Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Vandalism. Shake your
Probably
head.
some kids.
Lieutenant inspects the rigged slot. Look inside.
A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. That's Kuno on the lens.
Ha ha ha! Shift your focus to
Under
the
the
background.
graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower.
Really? He didn't like you at the end of your game, Harambe? Interesting. I wonder what were the options you chose. Were you racist as hell? Did you support the people who hated his people for just being there? Kim is also, yeah, Kim's your partner, so he's also a detective. Yep.
You know this to be the star of Perikinesis, or the Cairo, the central symbol of the Perikinesian Church, a star, a great moral height to be strived towards. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Leave. Oh, wow. Oh, it's that guy. This coin operator viewer has been banged up, inoperable. Things I've seen, and said, you're the distant squall of seabirds. What is this? Splatter of bullet holes lines the wall. Never do it, but I'm pretty sure he quickly loses patience if you go full fast. Really? That's interesting. How much money does it take for me pay for damages? How much do I need to get? You need to pay, unsure how much you owe. I thought I asked him. Yeah, he insulted me for being a fascist and said it was incompatible with my not being racist. Oh, that's interesting. What an interesting mix. Oh, you can click on the bench. Okay.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
Pillars of Eternity 2. The female priest you get, I'm pretty sure, is bisexual. Other than that, I don't know about any gay characters in Pillars of Eternity 2. I don't remember offhand. Oh, wait. The priest you get, and then also the cipher you get, the Orland cipher, he's also bisexual. And then you get these other characters that they're not full party members. They're not called mercenaries. I forgot what they're called, but it's basically like these people who they'll go out and they'll party with you and they'll have their own unique voices and unique look, but they don't have full quest lines for the most part. Sidekicks. There we go. That's what they're called. The sidekicks, they have some stuff going on, but I don't think you can romance the sidekicks. They'll just tell you about their preferences. It's going well, Ziv. No complaints.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder.
Hey.
Let's go.
All right. Oh, you know what? I never ventured out in this area. I don't remember if all this stuff disappears. Plastic wrap macaroni stamped with humanitarian aid. If you don't do it the first day. This says humanitarian aid, tuna fish, not for resale. This says speakers from the people of Samara. This says food gift from the people of Messina. A helpline to the company that controls the drawbridge. Hot air rises from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. Comforting? That's an interesting way to describe it. What is this stuff? Oh, plastic tar. Oh, this is more money I can get. That's right. I could turn those in for money. There we go. Okay. I remember now. A sewer gate. A gateway to the river of filth. Why are you gonna walk? Alright, fine. You gotta walk all the way around. You consider Fazod lose tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Fazod losing patience with annoying ass people then. That's one way to look at it. Ooh. Electrochemistry. Okay, interesting. For block. Oh, that's right. The drawbridge comes up at some point, and then we can go further. Nah, I vaguely remember this. Water lock out of water until Wednesday, 7:15 a.m. You know, things are messed up when the sewage is installed. It's rough.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Pull the lever up.
Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then nothing happens.
Push it harder.
Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation.
Might try to run into the Orland guy then. Oh, it doesn't make me. No, it's a lot of fun. The lieutenant hums to himself while staring at your activities. Release the lever.
The spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Wednesday morning. How do I know what day today is? Journal doesn't have it. Map doesn't have it. Inventory doesn't have it. How do you know? Oh, here we go. So today's Monday. There we go. So a couple more days and then we should be able to get down. Hopefully, we'll see. Butter sign down.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of
Top
the
of the
blonde
task
boy
list.
depicted.
What is Samaran butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter. The Samaran terrain makes it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
Attempt to reconstruct what happened here.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle. These look like the same tire tracks I saw earlier, in front of the whirling rags.
Look at the crater.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Look at the roof of the shack.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
Look at the sloping metal roof panel.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
Look at the broken post.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it.
Look at the sign.
The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal. The Samaran butter billboard still looks freshly painted, suggesting it took the plunge recently.
How recently?
Within the past 72 hours.
Look at the opposite bank.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
What was the model of this phantom vehicle?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Why the Caprice 40?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage.
That's the one that's been in community for pretty heavy. I've noticed a lot of being let's talk. I've never once had a judge here, even though a lot of us have different opinions. You're the second person who told me this week, Elric. I was in a convo with Spelling Shield the other day, and he mentioned that he really likes commenting on my videos because I have a bunch of people who all have different perspectives in my community. but at the same time, most of the time it's respectful dialogue. And that's definitely by design. I don't believe in trying to make my community a bunch of robots who are all just reflections of me. You know, I think we all come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. We have different things that we value, and there should be a way for us to all communicate that with each other in a respectful manner so that we can all learn from each other or be aware of each other. And so that's the kind of community I try to cultivate. And I think thus far, for the most part, it's went well, you know. Of course, there have been a couple of times where I've made content about very controversial things, and it, you know, pulls in a whole audience that has a completely different, you know, perspective, and it's coming from a completely different place. But for the most part, this has been a very chill community, and that's by design. 100% is by design. It's great. I'm glad it feels that way. Yep, absolutely.
The Caprice 40 is a very popular model, with bank clerks, topping pie delivery drivers, secondary school teachers, cops, strippers dressed as cops, undressed strippers.
Why the Linear G22?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump. The Linear G22 is not a particularly popular model due to its peculiar proportions, which the manufacturer's design team probably thought about for too long.
What now?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
Leave.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
Oh, that's right. I guess I could be using the flashlight to light. Oh.
Any theories about what happened here?
Some top shelf shenanigans. I want to meet the driver and shake his hand.
What kind of car do you think it was?
I think it was a Capri 40.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
I have some ideas about who it might have been.
Oh.
It was someone dangerous. Perhaps this is somehow connected to the murder?
The traffic hooliganism? I hope not. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
We should bring this driver to justice. Take the task.
If we must.
You know, the first time I played this, I didn't feel like the game telegraphed who it was. But now that I'm looking at it again, it's pretty obvious who it is. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. Some kind of machine. An antique cash register. A bust of a woman. The plaque simply says DI. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Let your gaze run over the street light.
The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
And when that out comes in, we make sure they don't spill it. Text on video was being a bit much. We make sure to stop it. Exactly. Yeah, there's definitely some self-regulation there that I appreciate.
This would make quite a statement in your living room.
Is that a street light?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where did you get this?
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the pawnbroker doesn't hear him.
You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
He pauses, studying the light. How much for the street light?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Good lord. Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit steep.
There's also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
There's nothing else you need to know about the light. Leave. Is all right? Yep, okay.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled, chipped dented. They stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on the tips of your toes to see more.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
What I really want to know is, could this device come handy in my police work?
If police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
Don't like music? What do you like then?
The stuff I record myself. Silverware shaking in drawers as motor cars race by. Nocturnal animals climbing on the roof. Airship rotors. That kind of thing.
Wow.
Maybe you should ditch music as well. Get into these more experimental sounds he's describing.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved machine here.
Is the Harman Welsh W2. Made in Vespa. Designed in Seoul. Plays all reel-to-reel formats. 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
I don't remember what the boombox does. I'll come back later when I have more money. In fact, I should go by the shop and check how many bottles I have.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Then use it to win her back.
Win her back?
Yes. Buy something nice. A figurine.
Inspect the knights on horseback.
Big men on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks. The kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Point at the knights on horseback. These are Franco-Nigerian cavalry, right?
Mm-hmm. I used to be very serious about my Franco-Nigerian knights.
He looks at the dusty figurines in the dim light. Inspect the blue uniforms.
They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Hold on, we're just being people who love RPGs and more specific CRPGs. Would love to talk about all that. Exactly. Those are the exact type of crowd that I wanted to cultivate. Are these royally soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colors indiscriminately.
Inspect the figurines in rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it.
Maybe.
Oh, that didn't make it any easier, huh?
Everything you pick out seems
Good
faded,
Lord.
chipped, and sad.
What
Most
is
of them
this?
are just broken toys.
Interfacing. All right. Step away. At some point, I'll circle the block on that one, but not right now.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
The man at the counter turns to you slowly.
What can I do for you?
Yeah.
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Shake your head. It's shameful how insufficient the police presence is in these parts.
I haven't had any problems myself. though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
That's what brought you, Doug Lloyd? Awesome. Awesome. Hopefully my community continues to draw people in and we can keep the chilling.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Nah, quite the collection indeed.
It keeps me entertained.
His attention is drawn once more to the play of light and shadow on the walls behind you. There's something I'd like to sell.
Let me have a look.
Ha ha ha! I have a photo of a corpse. I'll check my pockets. Access your pawn menu.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Oh, you can sell these. Oh, okay, cool. Photo of a happy couple. No. This is postcard, right? That's postcard. Antique. Ooh. Is there any disadvantage to selling the antique rifle? I don't remember. And the lieutenant's handkerchief, I think that's useful at some point. But the postcards, this pawnbroker totally doesn't sound like he belongs to. Creepy cult. I think I can sell the postcards safely. I don't remember if the antique rifle comes into play. Will you ever do another Raptor Righteous stream playthrough? My thinking is sooner or later, Owlcat is going to update Raptor Righteous to 2.0. And when they do, I'll most likely do a live stream so that everybody can see what work has been put in. I think I can do this. Pause. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead. Polar's car's done. Sell my clothes. I don't have any.
Another time, perhaps.
Do you know anything about the traffic menace on the loose?
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive.
What's up, Snow? He absolutely sounds like a chain smoker. Wait, why don't you drive?
I just don't like it very much. Movement on the road never really gelled well with the movement of my thoughts.
But didn't you hear it when the traffic menace drove over your roof?
Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
A vortex sounds fascinating.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. I didn't really know what to make of it, but I know it meant something.
By the way, do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by officers of the Citizens Militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
Whoa!
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
Wait, I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
Was the buyer a policeman too?
She didn't seem like a policeman.
She?
Although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I sold my gun.
Yeah, it's not good. I do hope we manage to clean this mess up somehow. while also keeping our focus on the murder investigation.
Any idea where I can find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You'll just have to hope Everard wasn't lying and the Union can track her down in time.
Have people from Everard Clare's union come here to track that gun?
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know, all sorts of people come here, asking for all sorts of things.
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everard seem like they're lying, even when they're really being truthful.
At least now I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about something else.
Of course.
You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the recent hanging?
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
That's probably a
He
wise
doesn't know anything.
way to live. Actually, that's all I
The
got.
pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
All right. Let's see. Is Roy high? And if yes, then what is he on?
Okay, he definitely is high. Whatever it is, you've probably done it, and many other things besides. But you can't cut through the jumble of sensations to get to the answer. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
I did all the talking with him I could possibly do. So, all right. Whoa, wait a minute. I don't remember there being an orange option back here. What's that about?
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning. The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes are familiar.
This shirt celebrates a false hero, a guardian of the masculine order. I wonder, do I get that because I have the feminist thought?
I doubt the real man from Hjelmdal was as poor a role model as the one in the popular literature. But yes, the books are very sexist, in a not entirely unenjoyable way.
How much are you selling this t-shirt for?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Couldn't you just give it to me for free then?
But why?
Because I'm a broke cop without a cent to my name. Wait. Or... the man from Helmdall is a superstar. I'm a superstar. A broke one, but still a superstar. It would be perfect.
I suppose that makes sense, yes. Please go ahead and take it. Welcome to Hjelmdal.
Nice. All right, there we go. Now we're done with the store. We can come back later when we know we have extra points to spare. All right, let's actually, you know what? Let me use the bathroom real quick, and then we can go through my ledger. I will be right back. All right. I don't remember this book. What is this?
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover.
White antlers.
Because white antlers are one of the symbols of communism. They represent a society in accord with the natural world and at the same time above it.
Why frizzle?
Because Friesel was incompetent, foolish, and cruel. In short, the embodiment of everything the communards wished to overthrow. It's satire, you see.
Flip through the pages, see what catches your eye.
To your disappointment, there aren't any full-color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note.
Oh, I think this is the quest that got added with the final cut. That the final cut added a quest for each of your political affiliations. I never finished that quest, if I remember correctly, when I did my last run of the game. So this should be interesting. Read the editor's note.
Comrade, as you know, this journal takes its name from Mazov's immortal expression, Du cristal à la fumée. This was his way of describing the way the rigid, crystalline structures of capitalist ideology turn to smoke under communism. But, like the structures of capitalist ideology, we too are at risk of going à la fumée. Unlike many publications which are content to spoon-feed their readers reassuring drivel, La Fumée is committed to telling the radical truth, even when that truth may drive away potential subscribers. Only 4 issues in, and it sounds like they've already alienated their readership. So please, if you value our radical Mazovian perspective on contemporary politics, culture, and international affairs, please consider subscribing today.
Kim.
Yours in struggle, the editors.
Kim, I think this is a communist magazine.
What do you expect? It was laying around the office of the Debarders Union. They're probably bankrolling the thing.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
I want to catch up on international developments.
This section includes a long, tedious critique of the latest round of free trade negotiations between the EPIS nations and the Free State of Semenine. You also skip over an article about heavy fuel oil smuggling along the Messina border, something about bear wrestling in Samara, book riots in Yugograd. Face it, you really aren't interested in foreign affairs. You're not even sure where most of these countries are. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Also find it hard to picture all the sides in the history of the city. You had the king nationalists and then communists with some outside force called coalition, I think. Yeah. I think that makes up most of the different sides. What do you mean you find it hard to picture all of them? What is Kunst and Kultur?
It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. Why they decided to title this one section in Volda is beyond you. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. The Tip Top Tournée is an inter-Isolari racing series, mostly known for its high speeds, ludicrous sponsorship deals, and high death toll. In Revachol, it's held quadrennially on the prestigious Zero Carousel racing circuit.
Read the profile of CS.
This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer.
Uh-oh. All right, let's see what these communists had to say about Tip Top.
You think you're settling in for a relaxing recap of the most recent season, maybe sprinkled with some nice anecdotes about a few of the more colorful drivers. Instead, you find yourself skimming a 10,000-word feature about all the politically problematic aspects of Tip Top Tourney.
Wait, what's wrong with Tip Top?
Where to even start? For one, there's the crass commercialism of its sponsorships. And then there's the practically criminal emphasis on deadly motor crashes. So, all of it, basically.
What's so bad about sponsorships?
Under capitalism, the article says, every pursuit has its price. Every pleasure, even one as elemental as the joy of racing others around a track, is reduced to an advertising opportunity. Thus, the so-called tourney becomes a competition between increasingly meaningless brand signifiers. Your discount laundry detergent racing against a pack of Astra cigarettes, or even a fritter.
Right, but then you get to see them crash.
And that precisely is what's problematic about it. Were it not for the promise of random, spectacular violence, audiences would quickly lose interest. At the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 750,000 real racers that you're really watching for.
Wow, you're right. I really am just in it for the violence.
You see, one cannot avoid the conclusion that Tip Top Tourney is simply the apotheosis of spectacular entertainment under capitalism.
Did you know Tip Top Tourney is actually an orgiastic ritual of capitalistic destruction? I had no idea.
I can safely say the thought had never crossed my mind, Detective.
The lieutenant furrows his brow. The kind of game where you need multiple playthroughs to really understand the world. Multiple playthroughs, seeing things from different sides as well. Like this is my second playthrough, but in a lot of ways I'm doing the same thing, so I'm not getting a completely new perspective. Like if I wanted to play as like a right-wing racist, I would get a completely different perspective. One day I would do like right-wing racist, focusing on body and reaction speed, basically recreate Measurehead. And I'm sure this game comes off as very, very different if you're doing that type of playthrough. Feel like I've seen this Twitter post. I wonder what else is really just a metaphor for life under capitalism.
I'm sure most things are, if the young men who wrote this article are to be believed. If I had to wager, I'd say they've never even seen the inside of a motor, much less a motor race. I take whatever they write with a large grain of salt.
You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Let's see what they mean by local concerns.
Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First, we take Martinez. Then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Charging rent just to live somewhere is pretty outrageous.
The writer, G. Martin, remarks dryly that capitalists love wealth redistribution, so long as it's only redistributed upward. It's true, the rentiers have been bleeding you dry. You really ought to find your own place one of these days. You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds before you.
Put the magazine away.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside.
All right.
It takes about half an hour to piece one. It would be
'cause I feel
very
like these took
interesting to
forever.
read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped
Sitting there for
entry
weeks on a
wound
rocking
in the
chair.
victim's forehead. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it
and then
together,
another body
who
showed
knows?
up.
Those pages are missing. Don't worry. One day, you may still catch the man with the square gun.
Couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, yes,
like
as
a
you
rock
said
band.
here, insufferable rock and roll. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, No,
Catch this
you
guy.
didn't have time for that.
Murder at the hookah parlor.
Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to beaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M. only Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo. Said it was Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks.
Mills,
No,
good cop.
he was awful. Awful sense of humor too. The worst jokes you've ever heard.
Really?
Really rapey.
Crazy.
Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was
That's all he
okay.
talked about.
So the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in
Speak for
a
all day.
hookah parlor.
Spare
You
go,
know,
what the hell?
those places
I
where
can't
you
even
go
create a
and
better
smoke
picture
bubblegum
for that.
flavored vapor all day. No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah. So anyway, young man in his 20s. No one enters. No one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning. All
Watermelon
noon,
hookah.
like he usually does. He's a regular.
What happened? How
Mills
can it
has
be?
no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply.
And what was he
And
doing there for 6
smoking
hours?
hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Try.
All
Not
right.
much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden
Open
papers
the hidden
still
compartment
sags
on the
from the
clipboard.
clipboard.
There we go.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know,
Slide the drawer open.
without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment
Maybe
is
something
now
for rail
open.
spikes. We'll see, Dungaloid.
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pick up the ticket stubs.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other.
I just
in
talked
the
about
colored
killing
pencil
octopuses.
drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Pick up the card.
Thin
Proceed.
wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it first.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti.
Open it.
Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. You think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy.
Keep reading.
Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you.
Keep reading.
You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it.
Keep reading.
Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand.
Fall sideways. What is a bow collector? Did I just end my game? Is that one of those weird ways you can die? No.
There
Wait,
is
what?
nothing. Again.
Okay. Okay. This game is so freaking trippy. Nothing.
Nothing sad, brother. No treachery. Just blackout.
Just lie there, passed out.
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
And who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
White morning.
Tell him. Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
Smelled so nice.
It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
It seemed like seeing that card triggered something in me, Blizzard. And then he got knocked out, and now his mind is talking to him once again. Was that the X something? The
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
yes. No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Where's Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
So my name appears to be Harry?
Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
Then what is it?
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
There was something about a bow collector, too.
Yeah, man. What was that about?
Enough. Just lie there, motionless.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
What is that? It's cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The lieutenant is extending a small canister to your mouth. Drink.
The water is cold, silvery.
Ooh, look at that.
The stuff of
Got smell.
life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Blizzard, it appears he had a mental episode. Rough.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
I'll keep it in mind.
Beer and cider have loads of water in them.
You know, in the Frank-Ngorian centuries, the quality of water was so bad, it was sometimes more hygienic to drink beer.
But these are not the Franco-Nigerian centuries. We are in the present. It is safe to sometimes drink water here.
He hands you the canister. Drink.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some
Nice.
of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
I came in contact with the, should ask you the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
How long was I out?
10 minutes, maybe.
I came in contact with the burnout ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen.
Ledger of failure and hatred. He hands you the remains of your
He
ledger.
replies with such understanding, it's as if the burnt-out ruins of the past were an occupational hazard. Athlete's foot for cops.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good.
How many skill points do I have? I have 2 at this time. So I'm working on this one. I said I would keep inexplicable feminist agenda. Learning cap for Shivers Race 6. More money from selling tar. Bonus extra special collector's edition tar bottles on the map. I'm going to keep that. Then you. I don't know if I want to keep you. +1 pain threshold. All Psyche learning caps raised by 1. And which one is Psyche? Volition, Island Empire. Alright, here. You know what? We'll leave that there for now. Let's unlock this. And then I seem to remember really liking the bow collector. I don't remember why though, so I'll put that in there. Same cost to delete versus unlock a new slot. True. I don't remember if I like White Morning, so I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Alright, now let's save here. Now let's open this up. Where's my ledger? Well, I don't have any more. These are my clothes, tools. Oh, leather's considered a tool. -2 authority. That's interesting.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage
Slide the
of
hidden
without
drawer open
resistance
again.
or sound. The 2 panels moved against each other. The compartment
Why?
is now open.
Who
The
is,
words just crossed your mind somehow.
Who were they for?
Who do you think?
Close the permeables compartment.
It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult
Alright,
to breathe
put
once.
the ledger away. Okay. Now I think there was something about headlights on this, right?
Inside, you see a set of steering
You already
levers,
seen
a
that.
radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft.
Pick
This
up
is
the
Precinct
radio.
57. How may I assist you?
Oh, here, hold on. What happens if you get
Right.
over 40 rows?
Please hold.
10-4, come in. 5,
Okay, no.
roger that. 10-10.
This is Precinct
So
57.
I don't have
How may I
anything in
assist
from
you?
here. Please connect me to Station 41's Lazarus.
It will take just a moment, officer.
Her voices fade out into the familiar radio static.
Gottlieb, what do you want?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
I was told to call the Lazarus. People are worried about me.
Oh, it's you.
Doc, someone broke my heart.
Look, pal, getting pumped and dumped is not a disease. People live through it all the time. You should be happy for her.
Do you know who this person was? Have I told you?
You must have me confused for a close personal friend. I am not. I am a medical professional with a constant idiot emergency on my hands.
You hear someone whine in the background. My eye, Doc, my eye.
I've lost my memory, all of it.
With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs and alcohol, I'm not surprised.
You're not surprised? Okay, anything else?
What else? I'm not a brain doctor. Look on the bright side. You've got a whole new life now. Use it wisely.
It's hard to say if
Wow.
he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
I think I've had a heart attack.
And you survived it. Congratulations. Are you mobile?
Yes.
Even better. Anything else? I wouldn't worry about that. Officers your age have coronary trouble all the time. Also, death is a natural part of life.
Wow. Yes, it's Firewalker here.
Firewalker? Oh, yes, you are. Just don't breeze in the general direction of your fire feet. Actually, wait. Do exactly that. Put yourself out of your misery. Take a
Damn!
deep, diaphragmatic breath in and...
Wow.
It would be an artistic statement of some kind or another. Self-immolation has been all the rage in Lomangpang for a while now, especially among university students. It is particularly popular in Koh Hoi, where such acts get the most press.
But why?
Young religious people protesting on the Seraise government, which they consider to be oppressive. It's also got something to do with the encroaching Occidental influences on the local way of life. You have to not like a lot of things to set yourself on fire.
Ain't that the truth? I wish I was young and on fire.
You can still be. There's time. Anyway, answer the man.
Cop sets fire to himself. That'll be quite an interesting conceptual piece, don't you think?
Sounds more like a newspaper headline that will surprise absolutely no one. Now, do you have any current, pressing medical problems?
Doesn't seem like it, does it, Blizzard? Isn't there anything you could do for me?
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you just how bad things really are across the board? You want another rundown of everything collapsing inside your body?
We're still on day one, Elric. It's 2 in the morning on day one. Yes, I want the truth.
You want the real, honest-to-God truth? Stop drinking, eat magnesium and vitamin D. Our station is not a retirement home. We don't have the funds to deal with rock stars past their prime. And no, I don't want to hear a political commentary on the topic. In fact, I got work to do. Some idiot has glued his eyelids shut with cyanoacrylate.
Wow.
It looks like Mactorson.
It's not fucking cryoacrylate. It's super glue, Doc.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
I guess that's it for now. Damn. The phone clicks. Suddenly hear that already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
I need you to connect me to a civilian, a Sylvie. She may have reported a murder.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim, didn't Gart give you Sylvie's number?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005 1944 298.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Wait patient. Start slapping a marching rhythm on your thighs.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit to get to the phone.
What are we eating? Oh, I just had a Nutri-Grain bar inside. Nothing interesting.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
A female voice greets you through static. It sounds like she's a million miles away from here. Hello. Actually, Sylvie. No. Hello, this is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last days at work.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? Didn't a corpse behind your... actually, do you know who made that call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires.
What do you mean? What's the incel route, Harambe?
People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or the one on the coast.
So the Union has a phone, and there's one further down the coast. Got it.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
But why didn't you call? Didn't the courts behind your workplace bother you?
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the court.
I meant us. You should have called the police.
No one calls the police. The Union would get angry.
What do you mean by that?
You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Looks like there's a limit to my authority then.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
What others?
The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble.
What trouble?
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
Let me get this straight. You ignored the law to save your own skin?
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
Her voice breaks. It's okay. Things happen. Not really your fault.
Yes, I know. It's just... Was there anything else?
Okay, next question.
Yeah, go on.
You can tell Guard she is riding the cock carousel and get him to embrace red pill stuff fits with his neck beard. Are you serious? That's hilarious. The cock carousel. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. But that's hilarious. Do you know who put the victim's clothes in the trash?
No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I was terrified of the stench and the corpse.
She falls silent. Have you seen my badge?
Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law.
This exact conversation has happened before. Establishing authority before this young girl seems to have been important to you in the past. Don't go there again.
Wait, how did you first learn I'm a police officer?
You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and so does your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore.
My badge is missing. Have you seen it anywhere?
Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Kim doesn't have a uniform and he seems real to me.
He's in plain clothes, voluntarily. It's different from not knowing where your uniform is.
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
She sounds beyond exacerbated. I showed you my gun? When did it happen?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
She stops hesitantly, not sure if she should continue. And what? What did I do?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them.
Off of what?
You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that. I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Why would I threaten to kill myself? I mean, look at this world. I would love to stay.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
Okay, I don't know what to say.
Me neither.
Yes, but what happened to my gun?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like, "Big bucks cannot lie," and "Guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns." It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask.
She sighs. Hey, I found my patrol cloak earlier, but have you seen my policeman uniform?
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. You had your things on. The disco things.
Do you know how my paperwork ended up in the trash container behind the whirling?
Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash, thinking you didn't need it. I am sorry about that. Anything else, detective?
She doesn't sound like she's actually that sorry. You quit your job at the Whirling. Why?
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Davey, the way I do it is I leave 1 or 2 skill points available to select skills because I wait until there are white checks that I fail. Because when you level up the skill, it allows you to try again on any white checks that you failed. So I leave a couple of points available for skills, and then as I get more points, I use them to slowly unlock the thoughts. But so definitely having points available for skills is the priority, but you still want to add those thoughts.
Why not?
Wait, why aren't you comfortable discussing it with me?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
Yeah, Davey. So there's 2 different types of checks. There's the white checks or the red checks, and each time you need to press a check, it'll be highlighted in a certain color. Red checks can only be attempted once. If you fail them, that's it. White checks, you can attempt again and again and again. So if you hit it and then you fail, once you level up that particular skill, it'll allow you to try that white check again. There are also, I think, I know there are some thoughts that will automatically refresh all white checks once as well. So that can also be useful to you. In fact, if I remember correctly, let's get into here. No, this is what I wanted. Let's see. I swear I already had one of them. Yeah, I thought I had one of them, but yes, there's a couple of thoughts that I felt like, hey, refreshed all the white checks. But looks like I don't have any of them yet. But yeah, there are definitely options. Okay, did you leave because of the guard?
What? No, why would you even think that?
He told me he asked you out. Are you saying it didn't happen?
Please, don't bring Gar into this. It's none of your business.
Oh, do I have 5 slots, you said? Oh, you mean these? Yeah. So, I forgot how many you actually start with. But yeah, I got a couple of, I think you start with 3 and then I bought 2. And so, but yeah, by the end of the game, I'm definitely going to have all, 3, 6, 9, all 12 slots. I'm going to have all 12 slots unlocked with thoughts in them for sure. Maybe it was the, yeah, it was the compressor thought. Where is that one? The shit compressor. That's the one that, yeah, they won't let me click on it. But yeah, that's the one that refreshes all white checks you failed. All right, please don't bring
God,
up.
Why can't you just mind your own business? She mutters.
I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. You mean...
Why not?
Why she won't let me talk? I swear.
Maybe, I don't know.
I swear there was a way to get her to reveal more and to say that she's okay with what Gart did. Feel like maybe I missed a check or something. Oh well, I think I got everything I need.
I do hope so.
Oh, here we go.
Please don't call me again. Bye.
Wait, why does she seem angry again? Ooh, feminist agenda gives me more on this check.
Yes, you have obviously done something to upset her at the Whirling in Rags when she was still working there.
Wait, before you go, you're mad at me, right? Tell me, what did I do? I can't remember anything.
I'm not mad. It's just you were so drunk and so emotional all the time, and then the skua thing happened. It just made me want to quit.
What skua thing?
The stuffed bird. The great skua. You threw it against the wall while screaming, "Fuck that bird," and laughing like a maniac. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there.
That sounds like me, all right.
Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though.
So you're telling me that I was the one who made you want to quit?
Yes, obviously. You were the worst kind I've ever seen. And I have seen so many assholes in this place. I've had sailors fighting. Union guys grabbing my ass, kids stealing booze. Once a guy was glued to the karaoke machine every night for 2 months. But you...
She pauses. Go on, I want to know what I did.
Well, you were worse than all of them. Honestly, you were getting borderline aggressive. Even about little things like not turning down the volume at 3 a.m. I even liked one of those songs you kept listening to on repeat. No more. I hate it now.
Wow. Give me thoughts of Disco Elysium. I mean, like I said before, I'm a huge fan of this game, and I think the writing is incredible. I did a review on the channel. You can look that up. But at one point, I think I'm going to do like a critique video where it'll be a much more extended breakdown of some of the different systems. Because, yeah, this game is just amazing. Hold on, which song?
We Go On by the O.O.
Hmm.
I can't listen to it anymore. You've turned it into a parody.
Sorry about the song.
To hell with that song. Then there was your room. Your project. An experiment to see how bad it can get in there. I tried to send the cleaner, but you wouldn't let me. Threatened to make me understand. I had no idea what you meant, and I don't want to know. And then you screamed something about how you're actually a real cool guy, and no one understands it. One of the coolest guys there is. The coolest guy in Jamrock. Something about disco, too.
I'm sorry.
And then I had to deal with your toilet. The one you clogged with police documents, causing water damage downstairs in the kitchen. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, harassing customers, threatening to sing karaoke, threatening to kill yourself.
Okay, I get it. I wasn't a very good tenant.
No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst.
Hey, well, you're the worst dabbing witch ever. I am truly sorry for everything, Sylvie.
God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend it never happened.
But what else did I sing besides the oh? I'm looking for a song.
Oh, all sorts of things. Some disco, rock too. So much disco and rock.
Maybe you can help me identify this one particular song.
Which one would that be?
One that was really sad.
Sad? I think the one you mean is the smallest church in Saint-Saëns. Butchered that right up.
Her voice carries a tone of disappointment.
Interesting.
Hey.
You still have to find it, however.
But when I spoke to Gart, it seemed like he thought you left because of him.
Wait, really? No, this is absolutely not true. I like Gart. I really do.
Didn't he cross a line when he asked you out?
No, I was actually flattered. I've always liked him. It was just bad timing. With the corpse and all that.
There's a pause. You can almost see her on the other side. The telephone cord coiled around her index.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. I should have told him, maybe.
I could tell him.
Okay, but please don't mess it up. Please don't take out your gun or something.
Right, thank you for calling and talking to me. Take care.
You hear a sigh of relief on the other end of the radio. Wordless, the call breaks. Then, the already familiar voice.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Could you run a serial number from a pair of armored boots for me?
Sure, officer. What's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it.
E50 100 1000. The make and model of the armor is Fairweather T500 VE.
Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully they'll have dug up something useful by then.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Oh, you'd watch a video like that? Awesome, young lady. Maybe that's something I can do sometime this year.
57,
Done for
over
the
and
radio.
out.
Her voice disappears
In
into
the
the
cabin,
void.
you see a set of steering levers. a
Kim, how do I
radio
turn on the
a-
headlights?
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
Press engine start.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time.
Press the button labeled headlights.
The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
Close the door.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Wait, there are capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Sorry, cop? I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Won't the other capo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
I'm sorry.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen. Why does art inspire you so much?
It does, yes. But what is art?
Excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined.
Would I fit into the art world? I mean...
Have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too.
Hold on, is architecture also art?
Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation with a ruler and a sextant or whatever they use. You should demean and criticize the genteel institution of architecture while extolling the virtues of the pure arts.
I guess I have been feeling critical lately.
Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real living art here. Become the art cop. Half art critic, half cop.
If you can't tell yet, Blizzard, this game is wild. Watch anything you put out. Also for Rogue Trader, do we know if the next DLC will have a new archetype? Yeah, pretty sure. Thanks, Eric. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. But yeah, next DLC should have new party member and new archetype. Same as Void Shadows. It also looks like we're going to get a pet. I have to be 100% cop to get. Okay, the 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from the rote repetition. So be it.
Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals off the street, you must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms, art cop. The world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble.
I remember I used art cop, but I don't remember why. Let's see, back to the top. And oh, here we go. I can't see my mouse cursor. Here we go. Oh, it's doing it that way. There we go. And I only have 2 skill points, but you know what? Screw it. I really want art cap because I know that I liked it. Actual art degree, and we're gonna go ahead and internalize that as well, and then let that go. All right, and let's save this. It's like self-therapy time. That's what this game is about. He's trying to pull his mind together. Self-therapy for sure. That's a great.
You see a set of steering levers.
This is Precinct 57.
No,
57.
In the cabin, you
close the door. I wasn't trying to click there. I was trying to go out here. Here we are.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
Sure have, Doug Lloyd. I'm probably going to go ahead and talk with Kim to close out the night once it's over. And then I will have to go back out, though, to see if I can get those boots. I don't think the game will let me do it, though. We'll see.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the lieutenant's voice.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations.
Look at the shimmering street grid.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Wait, look around you.
You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Ah, Martinez at night.
He smells the air and says, "Where are we on this?" Point to the halogen map. Very productive day indeed. Some news of Death Domain Claire. At first level, you can pick a spell or cantrip. They added new spells, and for Death Domain, two I found really cool is one that does 1 to 2 necrotic damage, and you toll a bell of the dead, and it deals damage. And the cooler one is you can literally explode corpses. Ooh, corpse explosion is always fun.
Let me see.
He takes the legend for a moment and inspects it.
Right here.
He says his finger is near the top of the map, on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. Seems nice.
No, it does not.
The lieutenant says without optimism. Look at the perforations.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the different rows.
The first row has 18 dots.
Not bad?
Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet.
What about the next one?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them individually.
You count 216 perforations.
All right.
Considering that nice, large number, a wave of pride washes over you. Though you can't say why, precisely.
What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3? That's it?
That's it.
Hey, Kim, what do all these holes mean? Point to the dots in the watermark.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Wait, 18 years I've done this?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
I walked the land telling whores and liars of the end to come. There are 9,855 days remaining.
Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom crying. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, wow, more than 200.
216 to be exact.
It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
See, Kim, I told you I was a superstar cop.
Call it what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row.
Thank you very
Right.
much.
Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
That's not too many.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of those officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
He says, declining to elaborate. How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective, or self-destructive than others.
He gives you a meaningful look.
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like tip-top racing?
Par exemple.
Lieutenant nods. Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
He points to your yellow gardening gloves. Thanks for this.
The lieutenant nods.
Okay, let's go.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
He presses a remote control on the key. Awesome. Awesome. All right, now let's go ahead and let Kim turn in for the day so that we can go out and do some things on our own. What's up, Crow? How do you like Disco with all the voiceovers? I think it's amazing. They can buy the enhanced version for my PC, so I have this game already on the Switch. I think the enhanced voiceovers do a lot to flesh out the game. I think it's amazing stuff. Whoa. What did I miss?
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
2 hours?
An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet.
Actually, should I be thinking about this? Looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me.
Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet, lick that stain off the counter.
Don't lick it.
What happened, man? You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. Get your drink on and your act together.
Can I help you?
Here's your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's clothes.
How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Could someone in your staff have put them there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Who else has keys to the trash container?
The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Oh, most definitely, Bo. I plan to watch the Captain America movie. I'll be honest, I wasn't all that impressed with the Netflix show. I thought it could have been much better, but I'm hoping the movie is going to be a return to form. Also, it looks like Harrison Ford is having an amazing time playing Hulk, so that should be interesting to watch if nothing else.
The elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a Fuji state.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Oh! Thanks. Let's talk about something else.
Yes?
God, I saw another thing at the whirling.
Another thing. Great. I love them. Yes?
Something else. I talked to Sylvie. She left because of me, not you.
Wait, what? But what about the bird?
The bird?
Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing the morning she left.
I'm gonna say the truth. She didn't break it, I did. I threw it against the wall.
You broke the skewer.
His face is flushed with emotions. A rash covers his neck.
I assure you it was him.
Why on earth did you have to break the skewer?
You tell me.
I can't believe it. I was so sure it was Sylvie. Even worse, I thought she was trying to send me a message. Symbol of hope and all.
A tender type of hope. Something stirs in you. Perhaps this is why you broke it.
All right. Did she say anything else? About me, you know? Did she say anything about me?
She said, I wonder how you take the incel route. She said she was flattered it was just bad timing. But I also replied, I mean, no, we didn't really talk about you. Interesting. It was just bad timing.
I should give her a call then.
The man doesn't know what to say. He wipes his brow and stares at the counter.
Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...?
So, about the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
How much do I owe you again?
A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks,
Whoa.
and broken window, 130 real.
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for tonight.
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I will pay you back tomorrow. I'm an honest cop.
As a police officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence. Evidence being money. You can't stay here without money.
Hold on, I still have my key, you know.
Good luck trying to use it.
Test the foot against a metal box installed in the back of the counter.
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going anywhere, is it?
Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Goodbye. Damn. I don't remember it costing like that much, 100 plus. I wonder how much the lady gives you. You know what? Maybe I am going to go ahead and have that conversation with her now. All right, so two things. Wow, the situation is actually worse than I realized. I've actually never been in this situation before. The other time, oh, you can't get into it this late at night? Oh, that makes sense. There's a little 15-year-old girl running the shop. So not getting money from there. Let me go back to old girl by the sea. I don't know how much money she gets. I wonder why I have so much less money than I did the last time. I don't know what I probably did differently, other than not having convinced a Wild Pines representative to give me money. Does he give you that much? Looking forward to Daredevil Reborn, me too, but I might see Cap 4 in movies if it's good. Yeah, I'm hoping it's good. We'll see. We shall see. What was the chat?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
This is Volition. And I only have one skill point left, but I'm going to use it on this anyway. What?
You're back.
There's an update.
Good.
Whoa!
What can I help you
This
with?
is Volition, and I just updated Volition, didn't I? Oh, like a dummy. I updated Inland Empire. Why did I do that? Let's try that again.
You're back.
Yep.
Good.
Wrong one indeed.
What can I help you with?
Now, where's Volition? There we go. This is Volition. Level up. Accept and close. 83%. Let's try it again. Why won't it let me click it? What is going on? It won't let me click it. I'm confused. Maybe I need to exit
You're
out
back.
first?
Good. What can I help
go.
you with?
I am sorry.
How?
It just doesn't come out of your mouth.
No, I'm not accepting that. What is it? I'm only allowing these white check fails once. Come on, man. It's 83%. It's ridiculous I failed it the first time. Let's go, y'all. Stop playing
You're
with
back.
me.
Good. What can I help you with? You're back. Good.
Voila.
Thank
You're
you.
doing it.
Of course, exactly. Circle of the Stars Druid seems to be a bit underwhelming. So far from what I could tell, it's more heavy into radiant spells and it gives you wild shape forms that allow you to take forms, allow you to resist stuff. So why do you find it underwhelming? I remember radiant spells being very useful in Baldur's Gate 3. Do you disagree? Let's see. You seem rich. Can I have some money?
Why, yes, I am rich.
Yes.
How much money do you need?
Twice.
Hopefully not
Snake
too
eyes
much.
twice,
I
bro.
couldn't bring all of it with me.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. If anything, your finally asking it has relieved some of the tension.
I need 130 real.
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She reaches into her raincoat and pulls out a zip bag. In it, you see paper notes arranged like black gills.
She removes a few notes and hands them
That's
to you.
where it came
The
from.
paper is cold and oily to the touch.
Nice.
Good. We won't be needing to go to my kinema then.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
I'm still getting my head around this whole money concept. You were just helping me out.
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries? More lessons in basic reality?
Oh, that's right. You know,
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
So something here. Let's just go ahead and do this. What is? Think of something close to you.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
And then conceptualization is so low. I wonder if these other ones would raise it up. That's
Glad to have been of assistance.
We'll talk to her tomorrow. All right, now let's go back. Finally. Oh, that's right. I think we never just talked to Kim either. So he's probably got some just general things to say. Oh, you know what?
The dented yellow mailbox greets
Fuck
you with
you,
its
mail
graffito
delivery
and
box.
bullet.
Kick it.
There is a hollow ring as you kick the box. It sounds like it's mostly empty. Your toe hurts now. Your toe has suffered damage.
There we go.
It hurts.
Cool. You really showed that mail collection box.
He does not actually think it's cool. If anything, the lieutenant feels sorry for the poor box. He's leaning in to inspect the layers of graffito that deface it.
Oh, you're being sarcastic. I get it. It was actually a dick move.
The lieutenant pats the box, ever so slightly.
Leave. Okay. Before we do that, let's firstly make sure.
Yes? What do you want to know?
Now that we inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition you mentioned.
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of stupidity?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Compared to other wild take forms, I don't think you can tank stuff and deal great damage with the new wild shapes. So it damages you, not the form you take. What's cool. There's a dragon form, that allows you to do huge radiant damage with a spray. That's awesome. Okay. No, I haven't talked to my pants yet. I don't even know how to trigger that. So there's a struggle over who runs Martinez.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary, somewhere in your mind hangs a dark green blackboard. There are two columns. One says, cases solved. The other, confirmed kills.
Close your eyes.
The rows are endless.
Look for Precinct 41.
Jean Vicmer, Judith Minot, a special consultant. What was his name? Then the rows degrade into green nothingness.
For some reason, I thought you had 104 solved cases.
Well, technically. The official record keeper has been known to double count murder-suicides.
A common accounting gimmick used to inflate precinct stats.
So you're still a good cop, right?
I'm good enough for this case. I'm not here to compete. I came because I had to. My fellow officers, the sergeants in particular, would have made this scene into a circus.
So you volunteered to spoil it?
Yes. I'm an unrepentant spoilsport.
What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
If only Blizzard. Zuckerberg. I wonder what it says about me, that I was sent by my station. You raised an eyebrow, thinking it best to let you make the next move.
It's all part of the master plan, you see.
One of the finest. I must be an augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess my message?
No.
There will be a bloodletting of unimaginable proportions. Unimaginable.
Oh no, it's very imaginable. We fail to place responsibility for the hanging. The harbor company see the situation is out of control, so they bring in private military, maybe a gunship. The Union responds in strength. Automatic fire. Local law enforcement solving one little homicide decides nothing. Not solving it can have real and calculable effects. Things can always get worse. Matter of fact, augury, we should move.
Okay, enough of the competition then. Tell me something else.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Sorry, cop. Sylvie suicide. Joe's. Roy mentioned suicide. Hi. Why did the 44th send me?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to slight Precinct 57.
Yeah, that makes more sense than the other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Kim, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up? Like, as a joke.
I've considered it.
His voice is somber. But it's not true. Well, but it's true that they did it, but that doesn't mean it's true that that's what I am. So it's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional.
Yeah,
But I
it's
also
about what they
think it's
did.
somewhat unlikely.
Why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Ha! So you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Nice. You seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
Nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean, distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
Path of the Giant's Barbarian is amazing. You go in size to be huge, and you can throw around stuff, so it's encouraged you go around picking up bodies and throwing them in battle. Interesting. I wonder if it's better to use weapons or just go the unarmed route with that, or the throwing weapon. Like, I remember I did a throwing build with Carlock that I really enjoyed. I wonder if it works equally well with that Giant's Barbarian class. How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
You're kidding me? Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
I want to talk about you.
Me?
Yes, you.
I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation.
We'll work better together if we have more rapport.
That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
You're wearing glasses.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
No, I don't. Glasses are cool, I guess.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
You don't look like other people around here.
That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. So was my grandmother, but from my mother's side. It's not an interesting topic.
What is Seoul?
It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity and a geographic division. I told you it wouldn't be interesting.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolary state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's quite interesting. Some would even say mysterious.
You're only making it sound uninteresting. I still want to know more about Seoul.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul.
Oh.
I'm a regular Revacholière.
A point of pride to him.
Oh, interesting. Do you ever talk with yourself? Sometimes I hate how expensive food is nowadays. I went down from $70 to $18 in one day. Yep. I don't disagree, Snow. I don't disagree at all. Tyler Brawler, most lately worse. Yeah. Like, we weren't able to do cooking last week, so we've been doing a lot of Uber Eats and stuff like that, and it makes the food even more expensive. Definitely, first thing tomorrow morning, getting up, going out to the grocery store so we can get some groceries in here and start eating like regular people. Do you ever talk with yourself?
What do you mean?
You know, when you're thinking. Do you ever have conversations with, like, your brain?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
So you're saying your brain never just chimes in with advice or warnings or anything?
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his familiar mnemotechnique A6 and idly thumbs through a few pages. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
Tell me a secret about yourself.
No.
Ask again.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow.
What's happening to me?
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet
Legendary
in his hands.
failure? Ooh, 14. Give up. There's nothing you could do.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
That's all for now.
Good. Let's change the subject.
All right.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola.
What? What time?
Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
Oh, this is the apocalypse thought, right? Like one of you were mentioning this before. I don't think I ever actually internalized this or used this. Maybe I should this time. Ta'oa. What's that?
Ulogu Theodos. Xeno Zausin. Ipoli Osithien.
This shit looks satanic. What time?
Time for the show.
Oh, that's what it just say.
For
wait, when did this
Taola,
countdown begin?
Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God.
Wow.
Through you it will spread.
This is because of the insane world ending I've been saying, isn't it?
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself.
I do think the world might end soon.
The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
The cop of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, I don't have any skill points right now. So yeah, that's gonna have to wait. All right. Very, very interesting. Well, let's go in here. And you.
Can I help you?
Fill out
Yes.
that money
Have you
out.
got it?
I have your
Well?
money. Hope you choke on it. Here it is. Sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please
Okay.
pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a
Interesting.
room here too.
He opens his wallet.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Cooking with Slandered? That'd be an interesting live stream. Going to forget gameplay and save whatever money I've got left. I'm not getting a drink. No drinking. No drinking, no drugs. All right.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
All right, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
I wouldn't use Demon Slayer in melee, no. Not if, wait, Demon Slayer Ranger? As long as you're using melee weapons, then yes, Elric, it'll work. Oh, Game Pass? Got you.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
He lights a cigarette. I didn't know you smoked, Kim.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How did you get so cool, Kim?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Right then. The debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
So what are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Ravachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Ravachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station.
Yeah, and I don't want him addicted to anything, Elric, which is why I skipped it. If I remember correctly, if you make him a cigarette smoker, him and Kim can smoke together sometimes, which is really freaking cool. But no substances for him this run.
Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
Okay, what else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
Wait, how can you be sure the arrestee will show up?
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
I see, and if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Wait, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
By what weapons, I mean like what weapon types? Like, would dual wield be good? Dual wield is actually excellent on a ranger because you can take, I forgot what it's called, combat types, weapon types. I forgot what the actual string of feats is called, but basically you can tell the game, I want to dual wield as a ranger, and it'll allow you to take dual wielding feats, even if you don't have enough dexterity to actually do it, which can allow you to dual wield strength-based weapons, if that's your preference. So, like for example, you could take Titan Fighter, which would allow you to have which would allow you to dual wield two-handed weapons, and then you could go into Demon Slayer, take the dual wielding feats, and you could have like two scythes or two great swords or whatever that you're using all the time. Even if you don't have particularly high dexterity scores, it'll still allow you to take those two-handed feats. So it can be very advantageous. I had high abstractism to get close to talk to you. I custom made my personality to be persuasive and outside the box thinking, but boy, the game ate me. Abstractiism? It's like expert ranger combat features, something along those lines. What do you mean you got high abstractiism? It could, one Titan Fighter, 19 Demon Slayer could be good, Elric. I haven't played around with it yet, but yeah, the theory of that definitely works. Let's see, what happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket, where he keeps his notes. And who makes all these rules? The coalition government?
Yes, the international community's mission in Ravachol, and the moral intern more broadly.
Yep, let me know how it works out.
The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens of Ravachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
I understand what you meant, Blizzard. Yeah, two-weapon fighting.
Or if they think you do.
The Moral Intern, what is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
If I didn't know, how would you describe them?
They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
One of the personality traits is abstract and yellow, if I remember correctly. That's the thing that lets you wield two regular weapons like they are. Two-weapon fighting reduces your penalty for using two weapons. It doesn't let you wield regular weapons as if they are light. The Titan Fighter class has a level 1 unique ability that allows you to do that. Thinking of Inland Empire. So it wouldn't be the yellow ones. Those are motoric, right? So it's probably psyche related. So we've got Volition, Inland Empire, which is hunches and gut feelings, dreams and waking life, empathy, authority, spirit de corpse, which is connected to cops, cop culture, and then suggestion. So I'm not sure what you mean by abstractism. Oops, that's not what I meant. There we go. What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
I'm trying to
Their
figure out
motto
what
is
do I
love,
want to
compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous.
What do you think of
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Things are bad out there. We need them here, giving us the right to police. This isn't humanism. Immigrants, liberal kids, fucking men are turning into women. Done an awful job here. Have you seen this place? This isn't humanism. Inland Empire. Got you.
We are
Okay.
in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
We should make our own law.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks at the roundabout. I have to look at Titan. I have a fighter armored barbarian. I remember a feat that lets me dual wield battle axes. If your Titan fighter is a subclass of fighters, so if you had chosen that, then yeah, it would let you do it. But if you just had regular fighter, then no. Give me 1 second. I am starving. Salmon Alfredo. Salmon Alfredo, grilled salmon, topped with creamy Alfredo sauce and chives. No, this looks crazy expensive. What should I eat today, chat? I have actually not eaten anything like literally all day. And it's finally cut. Ooh, I haven't had Five Guys in a minute. You know what? Five Guys it is. Five Guys it is. It has been a minute since I had this. Lord. Everything is expensive. Everything is so freaking expensive. Take this off. Remove. Large Cajun. Yep. Fine. There. Excellent. About to take a loan now for that, basically, Urban. Yeah, Rick, I did go with burgers. Five Guys. Salmon Alfredo. Yeah, no, it was like a salmon Alfredo potato that I was looking at. I finally look at my character on Switch. It's intelligence skill. It's conceptualization. I got a 7 in conceptualization. How high did you have it? Snow, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it, dude. Hopefully this will help with the tip. Thank you. Appreciate that. It'll help indeed. All right, how do you think today went?
We performed a thorough initial inspection of the victim's body, so that's good. One could say it's the main thing to do in a murder. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in me, Kim.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work. And you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make off the gun. All this is invaluable.
It was the least I could do, given all my past mistakes.
We haven't gotten the body out of the yard yet, but at least it's been refrigerated. We also performed a thorough search of the crime scene. That's great. Now, for the interviews.
That's my forte. Unlike most cops, I understand how important communication is in our line of work.
Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
I'm sure I can get him to tell us more. I wonder if there's a way to get him to tell you more in that conversation. I did fail a couple of checks. About to do a forge fight for the first time. To be fight at level 6. That forge fight is tough. What difficulty are you playing on, Eric? Sure I can get him to
Claire
tell us
also
more.
helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief.
Big relief. It's a very serviceable name, too.
Moving on. We tried to interview the Wild Pines rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
He purses his lips.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Yeah, it's part of the Jam Rock Shuffle.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills.
He nods thoughtfully, tapping his finger on his cigarette.
Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
He looks at your snakeskin shoes and smiles suddenly. Say nothing, just look into the night.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
Only normal, but it's my first run, so it's going to be difficult. Nice, I'm looking forward to your thoughts on him once you finish.
The aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky. 2 glowing circles.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
He pulls on the cigarette. Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and in the GRIH?
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
He puts out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door. First thought I saw Austin Grim looks and how awesome the music is. See you in the morning. So where's his room? Bye. Oh, okay, so that's his room. Interesting. Goes to there. Stuff to do there. But let's go back out first. Not sure if it'll let me, but let's see if I can pull out those boots. You give me the option.
The bear's eyes are still glowing red.
Damn.
It's guarding.
Shoot, Looney Rooney.
Damn. I really, really hate that. I'm not a fan of that.
Come back later, Corporal.
All right. Damn, damn, damn. Wish I hadn't done that. All right, whatever. It is what it is. It's not like the boots are great. It's just the cool factor, you know, but oh well. It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm just gonna let it go. Maybe at some point years down the line I'll spin up this game again. And when I do, I'll make sure I get that done right.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Reality. Got
More
questions
lessons
about
in
reality.
basic reality?
What times are these?
My favorite part? These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late.
Too late for what?
For the big time.
Her eyes light up. There's a flash of teeth. What's the big time?
The revolution.
She says. Ha! And what is this revolution I keep hearing about?
It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle.
Would you say it was a bunch of apes duking it out?
Why, of course. We're talking Duke Out Central. Full swing intra-species warfare.
And the apes, were they evil?
No. I would say the apes were neutral.
She looks at you, her gaze sharp. Sounds like evil to me.
On the other hand, maybe you're right.
It takes time for the apes to change and work. Perhaps what happened here was part of that time and part of that work.
Would you say, let's say, who got shot in the head?
Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head. Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed.
Effortless dual wielding. Treats all one-handed weapons in train groups as if they are light. Ooh! I got you, Prodigal. Is that a fighter feat?
She likes the totality of it.
You could say they got totally shot in the head.
Indeed. They piled them in mass graves in Ozon. And, well, that's the last anyone heard of those people.
Did the communists and the anarchists shoot back?
Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Damn! Truly a kerfuffle.
Yes. The Insulindian deluge, they call it.
I had a deluge too, in my head.
Yes. An acute thiamine deficiency can be exacerbated by alcoholism. Exacerbated means made worse.
Anyone else get shot in the head on the opposing side?
Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. Just the king's nephew. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad.
Cowardly king.
I prefer the term risk-averse. King Guillaume was nobody's fool. He could smell a PR disaster brewing. So he got out alive, and his nephew Fricelle got shot in his place. Him
Crazy.
and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time.
Who got the mineral rights?
The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything.
Okay, and by liberals you mean...
Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or the remaining gentry. The beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the Ultras, or Ultra-Liberals. They fared well.
How did the liberals win it all?
They didn't win so much as survive.
Change.
We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
What's going on, Phonics? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Think so. I went fighter, armature, armored Hulk on that character. Got you. Okay. It's cool.
She's one of them. Of course.
If everyone got shot, who was there to surrender to?
To foreign intervention. The Coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights.
Wait, you just said the liberals already took everything.
The Liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The Coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people.
Who are the Coalition?
The Coalition of Nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-la-Clay, the armed center of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
Moralist?
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights, and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government.
Manner and volume is very important.
This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
Hell yes, I am. And also not just technically, practically. For a moment, there was hope.
A devout man of the center. Hard to come by. It's good to have someone who takes a moderate approach to head shooting. In your line of work, I mean.
When was this kerfuffle?
The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end, nearly the whole world had gotten involved.
Who started it?
It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad
Prion.
proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government.
What did this Zarab do?
It made people overthrow their governments.
No way.
Indeed. Zarat is a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark.
It was a funny time in history. They discovered transistors and rock music, but they didn't know anything about prions. Nobody did.
Where did it spread from there?
From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was the end.
What came next?
Why? You and I, officer.
She's...
Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's because she has a boat and you have that necktie, a pair of pants.
Our lives are very different from each other.
No doubt. But we share the same time and position on the planet's crust. That counts for more than you think.
What is the zone of control?
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia. The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune.
What happened in the rest of the world?
Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication. Telematic milieus, radiation, colored plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Wait, you're saying it's been like this for 43 years?
Time flies.
What have we been doing all that time?
The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river leveled, Offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell.
And after
The
that?
30s? Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere.
All that untaxed income must have fueled the new. That can only mean one thing.
That's when they discovered disco.
Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isola-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are.
She curtsies. Just got done with the fight. Very fun. Royal Claire carried. She was a light hammer called the... Nice. Let's use my tank, so she just soaked up all the damage while also having Spirit Guardians active. Amazing fight. That's awesome. Glad you enjoyed it, dude.
Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
Which side was Wild Pines Group on?
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not.
They got lucky.
Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom.
You would have sided with the king?
I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps it's better I was born when I was. 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company.
What would you have done differently?
Good question. What would you have done differently?
What's up for life? I would have sought a medical solution. Sounds like Zaras drove these people mad.
So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion? A complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago.
With some hygiene, modest social care, and perhaps a little research program.
Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad.
Time is flying indeed, Snow.
When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case, maybe a more robust state response might have been appropriate.
That's enough about
They are
the
what they
times.
are. Who knows? An afterbloom may yet come. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer.
What is this acute encephalopathy? Whatever it is, she said. Still very low on this conception.
It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the brain. Symptoms include a retrograde amnesia. It's quite serious. You should get yourself checked out.
What causes it?
Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term alcohol use.
It's probably from surgery then. Oh, I know. It's definitely the
She
drinking.
nods slowly.
I want to know what you are. She hums. It's crazy how this came out just before the COVID pandemic started. Almost sounds like a direct reference. I know, right?
She won't maneuver her way out
Crazy.
of this one.
What are, say nothing. Nah, what are you?
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra.
Haha! Dios mío! Draw a cross. A liberal.
Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. My kind surrendered the nation to financial colonists. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart. A real moralist, no? Tell me, now that I've uncoiled myself. Do you find me frightening?
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
I forgive you, but only because you're charming.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
That dialect is obisunt. You recognize it's a quote from somewhere. A play written way back in the Franco-Nigerian century.
And persuades them to addict themselves to his service.
Ah, maybe you remember more than you let on. Despite whatever brain damage the alcohol may have inflicted.
Vile devil. Shake your head slowly.
I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends despite my scaly bulk. And the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the Liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed.
Would you have done something differently?
With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the Coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
You're a patriot.
Yes, I suppose I am. But I wouldn't be a patriot anywhere but here.
You're a smart woman.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my undoing.
You're no dummy yourself.
So am I.
A smart boy getting smarter. One basic term of reality at a time.
You have daughters?
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother. And a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
What is this? Spread your hands.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions?
Keep guessing.
Some sort of krill hunter? No, wait. You're an ancient ruin. A symbol of hubris and decay. Half submerged in some salty sea.
Are you saying I'm ruined?
Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing games.
I meant, what is this place here?
Ah. This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, 33A, where the tenants have been kind enough to rent me a slot.
Oh,
Or two.
She looks around. I wonder who she's actually paying. Who technically owns the harbor? Or the port, rather. What is Rue de Saint-Ghislaine 33A?
A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After, les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old.
She looks up at the crumbling facade.
This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the standards of the last century. Built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course.
Who lived in them?
Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
From a dilapidated balcony, Sydney the Skull gives Joyce the evil eye, her red paintbrush held to her throat.
Wonderful. We're in Martinez, baby. Martin, you would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant. I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not
What
sharing?
is that? Point to Sydney the Skull.
The girl in the old lady rags.
Yes.
Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture.
Infraculture?
Yes. You and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture.
I understand everything. Make it more complicated somehow.
I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
I think I may be part of an infraculture.
And what would that be?
Cop.
She lets out an unrestrained laugh, the crow's feet stretching onto her cheeks.
What's so funny about that?
Nothing. It's just, true, that's all. The uniforms, the language. Let's have another question about reality, shall we?
What is... Ooh. Access likes to be database, gain, debrief, belongs to cop, infrastructure. Nice. What is... Think of something close to you.
6 kilometers southwest, in the Valley of Dogs, Junior Officer Chad Tilbrook takes aim at a rabid black dog licking its wounds in the grass. To his left, his partner, Emil Mullins, whispers, "You heard what happened to Tequila Sunset in Martinez?" "Yes, he lost his mind," Tilbrook answers, fingers on the trigger. "Don't worry, Emil." He pulls it out slowly. Slowly now. He'll find it again. We always do.
What am I?
You? You're an officer of the RCM.
She says energetically. The Revachol Citizens Militia?
Preciso mundo.
Good. And what is the Revachol Citizens Militia?
Nothing more nor less than the de facto law enforcement body of post-revolutionary Revachol, Detective.
You said de facto?
Yes. That means not de jure. The RCM acts in what is poetically called the twilight of international law, both at the behest of the coalition government and to its chagrin.
What do you mean?
The RCM's responsibilities are defined by the Emergency, Wayfarer and Aliments Acts, 3 pieces of legislation keeping the city in a, let's be honest, laissez-faire stasis to the benefit of foreign capital.
So I'm basically a lackey of capital?
There's nothing basic about your role, Detective. It's true that the RCM keeps everything the way our seemingly permanent provisional rulers like it.
She leans in.
Yet, on the other hand, I know these people. I deal with them daily. Let me tell you, dear, they are not fans of you.
Why?
The post-revolutionary decade was a disaster for the coalition government. Revachol in the 20s was hell, especially on the west side of the river. Gang warfare, a botched privatization scheme, a nuclear pile meltdown. They called it the international zone because no nation wanted to claim responsibility. The RCM restored peace where the coalition failed, a true blue citizens' initiative. They will never forgive you. So permit me to conclude with this. Who you are to me is the police, the only legitimate law enforcement authority in Revachol.
Thank you, ma'am.
And if those authorities drink so hard they need help recalling the basic terms of reality, well, I'm here to help.
She bows and smiles.
Nothing more.
CRCM
Yes.
again?
That
Okay.
means not the RCM's response. There's not yet.
Same deal.
They call, so permit. And if those authorities drink so
All right,
hard
last
they
one.
need help recalling
Still
the basic
3%.
terms
That's
of
interesting.
reality, well,
A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the sloop slowly. That's all. The doubt is fully formed in your head. The alien feeling persists. You just can't word the question yet. You have to complete the jamais vu thought first.
Okay. So we'll
Glad to have been of
return
assistance.
Back to that tomorrow. All right, now we have Truly. Huh. I wonder if, because we failed to check, we can't paint this. Or maybe there's another way to get the paint we need. Alright, now it's finally time to end the day. Guys who would usually be out here, none of them are around here, right? Yeah. So I have to come back over there tomorrow. Talk to the drivers and whatnot. Now I should be able to go upstairs. Go to the wild pale yonder. What's going on, country? How are you?
The door is closed.
Try the handle.
This door can only be opened with a key or from the inside.
Knock.
There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Beauty, don't abandon me in all this ugliness.
The door does not care.
Knock again.
Still no answer.
Knock again, much harder.
Still nothing.
Leave. You don't get all those options with him, huh? Empty cassette case. I don't remember having that option last time. That's interesting. The game at night music. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude. Pretty awesome. Is there any reason to look at the window again?
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Look out.
You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's difficult to make out the outlines of the buildings below. Dark phantoms with many tiny eyes, chaotically arranged and not looking at you.
Hi, beautiful. I am, as always, I am not picky, so whatever you and your mother would like, I'm down to have it. Let's do it. Let's look at this.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Electrochemistry, okay. Use chain cutters. Oops. First do that. So hold on, chain cutters. And
a mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it,
low.
Your face,
use chain cutter to stop the steam from fogging up the mirror. Let's go ahead and try it.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
And we've got two. Let's go ahead. Interfacing. We can get 1 point in that. You know what? This is the mirror, though. This is always going to be here, so I don't have to rush. We can wait on that.
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now.
Run yourself a bath.
The bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Carne and Suego. Okay, from where? Is your daughter? Yeah, my wife sometimes will join my YouTube chat and then let my daughter respond, or she'll wait for her. She'll let my daughter say what she wants to say, and then my wife will type it in for her. Well, that milk. My dad makes that for me. Oh, you recommend it? Nice. Yeah, both my wife and daughter. It's really my wife who's a huge fan of the Carne and Sue. I know my daughter did not ask for that. It's my wife. Undress, close your eyes, and submerge.
The water is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are bobbing up and down along your flanks. Like sad duckies. You feel nice and lonely. And so tired.
Take the beer cans out.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub.
Imagine something.
You see the corpse. You can still smell the cadaver on you. It's going to take more than
Elric
one
says
bath
hi,
to
darling.
get rid of that stench. Then, houses along a narrow street. A video rental. Darkness on the planet's curvature.
It's Hugo? Oh, okay. Carne and Sue Hugo. Very simple meal with a simple name. Meat in its juices. Delicious. Yeah, if you all talk about Mexican, you already know what I want, darling. So by all means, linger in the tub a little.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered
Look
with
at that.
tiny whirls as the water cools.
Get out.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Watch off the death smell. Did that, and let's see. Did that refresh any of this? Probably not.
A mirror hangs on the bar.
Nope. All right. And probably sleep on the couch, right? Okay. I think this is a good place to go ahead and stop. Been very, very productive. We're finally to the end of day 2. I probably will not be able to finish a playthrough of this before it's time for us to play the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but we could at least make some good progress in it. Oh, whoops. I forgot to turn on my lights. You know, when we started the stream, it was bright outside and I had the window open. I forgot to turn on the lights. This is actually a very weird look for me, but it's all good. Anyway, jumping off now. I'll probably jump on tomorrow, but it'll be some time closer to the evening. So I look forward to seeing all of you. And I hope all of you enjoy the stream today. Take care. Take care, Snow. Have a good one, Dungaloid. Yep. Night, Phonics. Have a good one. Appreciate you following. Well, for y'all get it looks like Mexican now. Night, Keck. Have a good one. Won't go to the detective arriving on the scene. We might. We'll see, Kachu. We might make it. Awesome, Elric. Hope you enjoy that build, dude. Night, Blizzard. Have a good one, dude. Yep, night, dude.